I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it, I'll make it,
All right, good morning, everyone. It's Saturday, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's morning to me. I don't know what time it is in your local time zone. But you're watching Co-op for Two, and you are watching what I believe will be our final session here with Unboxed, this tiny little game that we've been playing once a week over the last couple of months. A puzzle game where the object is to figure out the rules of a board game based on the components, typically just one sort of instruction card. It's a game that I have really appreciated, and I'm going to be sorry to finish with it. I hope there'll be more of these to come. Let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. I did a little bit of tweaking on the YouTube chat script here to fix a bug introduced recently by some changes to YouTube, so I'm hoping it will go smoothly. So far, so good. I've got my Mexican Chiapas coffee here. What do we need to say before we get started here? Tomorrow we'll do our Deadbolt Mystery Society Letters from a Ghost Hunter, played by Mailcase. Last night we played for maybe 3 or 4 hours a game from the Magnus Protocol Mysteries, a dossier cold case game that I had some pretty harsh negative things to say about it. And coincidentally, I was almost late to today's live stream because I was replying to a YouTube channel called Neon Gorilla, which is a fairly new YouTube channel, but highly produced by someone who's maybe you could say a rising star in the YouTube board game community. And he had a little video about reviewers reviewing a game after only playing it once, and I was just commenting on doing my normal rants against my normal rants about the YouTube board game reviewer world, which, depending on how you look at it, I've got one foot halfway on the train and 1 foot on the station, as the old and great song House of the Rising Sun goes. Now, speaking of reviews, I will try to review Unboxed after we finish it today, and I've got a couple of backlogged reviews that I will try to get to in the next week. So if you've been wondering where are all the reviews on this channel, I will try to get some in coming up, having just finished our 8th session of Vantage and etc. Now, the other thing that I sort of owe you is another board game news, not board game news, tabletop mystery game news. And there have been some interesting developments. I was actually thinking of maybe I should do a session tonight, but maybe it's not wise. Maybe we should do that tomorrow. All right, well, let's worry about that later. Let's get to Unboxed. Now, I don't know how many of you have joined me for the previous 9 sessions of Unboxed. I'd love to hear if you're in the channel. There are only 9 people here. But if you're watching these live or after the fact, you could post in the comments. But let me know if you've been following along this whole series. They're not connected games, so you don't have to watch all of them. But I've been quite taken by this game. Now, we've been building up to Case 10. I hope you'll forgive me for doing a little more recap than normal. First of all, let's start with the end first. When we finish playing the 10th game in this box, assuming it is the last one, as promised, we'll talk a little bit about the experience as a whole. If you've been playing along with me, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Now, let's do a little bit of recap, though, about the setting for this game. We're told that we're archaeologists uncovering ancient lost board games based on the remnants and archaeological things that have been dug up. As I said, it's not a campaign, but we are promised here in the rules something about the progression of these 10 games. We're told they're going to get harder. It hasn't always been the case, but the last one, I believe, might have been our hardest one. And one thing we have noticed is that there's more and more questions as we get deeper into the games, which is more and more potential to score points, 3 points per question. Remember, these are all competitive games. Now, you are given a little sheet to keep track of your score. It's actually smaller. I've just made a copy of it and blown it up here. And we can look at our score so far over 9 games. Our last game, Key Ley Lines, was our worst performing game. We've been doing very well, mostly getting every question right and taking a couple hints which penalize us. But our last game, we scored 16 of 24, so we missed out on 8 points. So one of the things we're going to find out after today is our total score and where we end up here. And our last game really hurt us. So I think we've lost our ability. We certainly lost our ability to hit ludological geniuses, but I think we're probably we may be able to get, let's see, where are we? 12, 22, 37, 40, 52, 69, 89, 90, 113, 136, 152. So we are in Game Scholars now at the tail end of it. So we're going to have to get 20 points or so, 19 or 20 points to get us into this next tier. That's what we're going for. So let's not rush it. All right, are we ready to take a look at Dig Site number 10? MS Gnosis says a fair few reviewers, whether board games, movies, get paid for them covering the game, so unfortunately it's seldom truly honest. Well, we've got a whole bunch of problems in the board game world. It's in the board game YouTuber space. It's rarely as bad as pure payment for good reviews, although that does happen. The Neon Gorilla video, and I recommend you check out his videos, was mostly about the problem of, he was talking about the problem of someone recording a negative review without really having played the game much, played it once or so. And there are some reviewers that do that. I mean, I talk about Rob's Tabletop World channel a lot here because I can't stop watching it for the cringe value. But he's clearly reviewing games that he's never played. He just opens the rule book and starts walking through it as if he's played it. Most of the time he's just saying you got to buy this game, even though he's clearly never played it, and then half the time he's saying it's the worst game and then posting a follow-up video talking about how he's now got copies from the reviewer and he loves it. But he's far from the only person doing some of this stuff. But I was pointing out what I normally harp on, which is the incentives for board game reviewers to just say positive things and how hard it is to find a negative review anywhere because of all the incentives that work against you if you record a negative review. But that's neither here nor there for now. The advice I always have is self-serving in a way, which is you should be supporting. Go find yourself YouTube channels that have a Patreon that you can support if you like what they're doing, who don't take money from publishers or whoever's content they review. Support the independent people. Okay. And that's self-serving because I have a Patreon. I appreciate your support. And on this channel, I do not have any relationship with any publishers. I try to keep myself far away from everyone. I don't want to be friends with the designers. I don't want to be friends with the publishers. I really don't want to be friends, except with you guys. Now, let's get into Dig Site 9 was last week. Here's our dig for today. Okay. Gift of the River. It seems the papyrus that held the rules for this game has long since rotted away, leaving only a few hints remaining as to how it was played. The only artifact of note is a small carving indicating that the game was called either the Gift of the River or Turn of the Tides. The translation is not exactly clear. But as this is our last dig site, I have full faith you'll be able to finish strong. All right, so we've got, 10 questions here. So a possible maximum score of 30. Now that still won't get us into our highest tier, no matter how well we do. But it will be enough to get us safely into almost the top tier. So let's try not to mess this up. All right, you remember how this works. The components are in the upper right, and it looks like we need every disc of all colors. So far, in every game that we have studied, the discs are player discs, so up to 4 players with 4 different colors. It hasn't, occasionally they get used in a slightly different way, but mostly really it's just each player has their own set of discs. Okay, allow me to organize this a little bit for us, because we don't want to make any mistakes today if we can help it. All right, and then we also have, and then the number of discs here is important. If it had 3 discs of each game, then we would only be using 3 discs of each color or whatever. Okay, and now the cards we need are the E cards. Now, one thing that's been interesting is, how can it only be the E cards? All right, so let me remind you, here are the items for today, for the whole box of 10 games. And these small cards are broken up into several decks. But, so there's the A deck. And then the E deck. Okay, so that's, here's the E deck. There's the A deck. We've got the D deck, A, and here's B. Okay, and here's D. And then E has a bunch of different kinds of cards. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and here's the C deck. All right, now have we used the C deck? I guess we have. Yes, I guess we have. Okay, A, B, C, D, and today we're playing a deck we've never played with. We played a couple of these multiple times. That's been in multiple games. I think this was only in one. Okay, so that's fine. We're having a new deck of cards, the E deck. There's no surprise there, but I am shocked that we're not getting a new rules card. Have we really played all these? Yes, we have. Okay, so we actually have gone all through all the rules cards. Now, why did I think there was something that I remember seeing? Aha, okay. So there is something that I noticed at the bottom of this box. You play enough legacy games, you get to start looking under the box. So there's that for us to consider. I don't know if one of these cards is going to suggest that to us or not. All right, so before we start looking at the components and the cards and the bottom of the box, let's look at the questions, because we're allowed to look at the questions as sort of hints, and we can take hints on these. And remember, the way we've been playing is we give ourselves 1 free hint per game. Each other hint we take will cost us a point. All right. Gift of the River or Turn of the Tides. That's the only clue we have from the title of the game. Gift of the River or Turn of the Tides. And here are the questions. What is the optimal setup of the 7 grouped cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's, they're talking about this, the 7 grouped cards. Okay, what is the optimal setup? What is the optimal setup of the 9 group cards? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so there's the 9. What do you do on your turn? What function do the wooden discs serve? What are all the resource types in the game? What is the gift of the river? What is the main difference between some of the resources? Where are resource costs located? What is the function of the flip item from the 7 grouped cards? And when is a winner determined? Okay, so do we have some sort of resource gathering game? And why have I found something for us at the bottom of the box? We're going to pretend I didn't see that for now. And let us look at our cards and not try to solve anything yet. Let's just try to observe and make observations. So a quick look at our cards. We've got movement cards with 4 things in each orthogonal direction, plus a symbol in the upper left. Sometimes trees, sometimes boulders, and sometimes wheat. So we've got 4 wheat corners, 3 tree corners, and 2 stone corners. Most of the cards are blue and show some Egyptian slaves trying to move one of the cubes of the pyramid. All of the blues have that same picture. Now, do they all have exactly the same picture and exactly the same card? It looks like it. So all of the blue cards, 3 wheat, 2 trees, 1 stone, all have exactly the same image on one side of the card, but they're double-sided. So they all have this symbol in the corner, so you can see what's happening here. This is something you see sometimes in card games. I don't know if there's a name for it, but when a card has a reminder of what's on the other side. So you can see this is saying on the other side is a wheat card, and this is saying on the other side it's a move stone card. So it looks like maybe we are part of some community on the Nile, Egyptian community on the Nile, moving these stones, building pyramids, and gathering resources. Oh, I see. That's why these other cards didn't look the same. Oh no, they're different. Okay. All right, so 3 wheat, 2 tree, 2 stone. They all have basically the same format. On one side is the movers and some instruction to flip the card. And on the other side is perhaps a resource and an instruction to flip the card. A reminder of what's on the other side and these little pluses on this side. And no pluses here, but same directional arrows. And if you had to guess what's back and front, we've had a little bit of hard time with the consistency of that. But if you had to guess, what you would guess is that the card with the letter, the side with the letter on it, is the back, if you had to guess. So back and front if it matters, but maybe it doesn't. Okay, so that's 6 of the 9 cards of this type. And then we've got 3 different ones. One of each resource. This would be perhaps the front, and it's reminding us that on the other side is this builder picture. What does the builder look like? Okay, so what are they building here? What is it? What is he holding? Are they cooking something over the fire? So it looks like pluses, pluses. So these cards have pluses on both sides. Pluses on both sides. And similar thing on the front, though. Like these two cards are identical on the front side. It's just different what's on the back side of them. And there's one of each resource of these types of cards. And now the next set. The next set all have this flavor, which normally is dual use card, meaning you can do this or that, but we don't know that that's the case here. We've got a moon symbol, which typically means like end of game. So if you had to guess, you might guess that these were end game scoring things. It's not unusual in a game to have cards you can collect that are just worth value at the end of the game. It might be that these cards here are worth some value at the end of the game, but let's see what we see here. We've got bricks, we've got wood, we've got bread. It looks like this might be baking bread. He's like making a pizza or something on the oven. So what are we looking at here? Like here's wheat, and this looks like a bushel of wheat. And notice that this symbol here is the symbol that's used here, right? This is this. So it's saying these cards. So I see 3 logs and 3 trees. And this is like a wheelbarrow that might carry 4 rocks, 4 boulders in it. And this is a bunch of wheat. Maybe it's carrying 2 wheat. These look like things you build. Look, notice this is the movement thing, and this is the build icon up here. So it's almost like this is a hut that you can build bread. This is a ship that you build from wood. This is a pyramid that you build from bricks. This is a bread hut you build from bread. Okay, but if you had to guess, you might guess that these are costs. Well, that's a little weird that this costs so much bread to build this hut. Not sure. But these are single-sided. Okay. So they're single-sided. There's one of each. So if I had to guess, you might guess that these are sort of might stay up on the table. Because there's not duplicates. So it would seem like maybe these are community items. Where is that? All right. So you might, if it's a little tricky that there's, okay, I say 3, but it's not 3, right? It's like that's what the wheat is. The wheat is always 3. So if I had to make an initial guess here, I might even guess that like you put your counters here to say how much wheat you have. So blue has 2 wheat, purple has 1. And then maybe this is for counting multiples. Like this would mean you have 5. Maybe. Although I'm not sure what that would be saying. All right. And then what's happening here? Okay, well, this absolutely looks like the cost stuff because look at what we've got here. We've got our classic resource building thing where this takes 3 wood, this takes 5 bread, but this store wants 2 bread, 2 wood, and a stone. Like that is uh, a classic resource building type game where some items take multiple different things to build. Are these top things also being used to show how much you have? Like, do you put a thing here saying I have 1 bread? And then if you have 5 breads, you mark that you've built this bread hut oven. Build a boat, build a pyramid out of bricks. Now notice also that we've got a wheelbarrow here, which looks like it's matching this. This has a pile of logs, which is matching this. This has a bunch of wheat, which is matching this. This picture is this icon. This picture is this icon, and this picture is this icon. So are we saying you build a wheelbarrow and then you can use bricks and build bricks, 3 of which builds you a pyramid? So is this our classic resource building engine? To build a boat, you need planks. To build planks, you need to build piles of wood. And you transport these, and then you use the build action on these. So remember, we've got our build action cards. Where are our build action cards? Yeah, here. We've got our 3 build action cards. And they flip when they get used? Okay, now what's going on over here? This has got build action, build action, build action. I'm calling these the build actions and these the move actions, which most of our cards, 6 of the 9 are our move action cards. 2 are build. Okay, let me just make space. I'll check in with the chat in a moment here. What this card is different. Why is this card different? On top, we have a flip action. I think this might be saying you can either move 2 trees, wheat, or stone, wood, wheat, or stone, and that flips a card. Not this card, surely. These cards never flip. And what does the knight symbol mean? Hmm. All right, let's look and see what thoughts the chat have. 3 basic resource, 3 process resources, 4 intermediate resource, 4 completed objects showing a moon. You need to spend 2 of each basic resource to flip a card. All right, remember that I think that makes some sense, but remember please that when you're talking in the chat, you might think that you're making a quick statement that makes sense to you and in context, but especially when read later, the longer and more clear you can make your statements, the better, as full complete thoughts. But I understand that we are just figuring our way out here. But just remember, it's hard for me to give a reasoned reply to brief little comments. Okay. So I think we've got a resource gathering game that you're building stuff, as we've said. I think it makes sense that these are sort of community cards here. In fact, everything may be a community card. I don't think these are cards in hand. We don't have enough of them. And if you had to guess, I would guess that you keep track of how many each player has by putting tokens on them, at least for here. So these are our primitive resources, these are our processed resources, and then they can be spent to build these items. Probably the first person, the way I gather this night phase would be, is that the only, I don't know if only one person can build them, but maybe that this is how you score. That's what we're told here, although I don't see different score values here. Like, are they just all the same value? Seems like it shouldn't be. But no notion of points here. Let's look at the questions again and see if we've gotten, if one of these questions can point us one way. What is the optimal setup of the 7 grouped cards? What is the optimal setup of the 9 grouped cards? That's a weird way to say it, but I think that's not the first time we've had this word phrase about optimal setup. And I think what we decided last time is what it really means is, how should the game be set up? It's not saying like strategically what's the optimal setup. It's saying something like, it's just saying what's the most likely way that you would tell players to set up this game. And it seems like you might do something like this, right? You're basically saying this makes this, makes this, makes this. This is carried by this, which makes this, which makes this. This is carried in groups like this, which makes this, which is used to build this. And then this one requires a little bit of everything. And maybe this is the winner. No, because they all have moons on it. Moons might just mean in the next phase. But you could imagine that, like, you do this, you flip this card, and you're the winner. No, you wouldn't have to flip a card if you were the winner. Clearly, flipping cards is absolutely central to this game. Like, I think that's how that's what's going on in terms of, like, blocking someone from an action. Like, you do something, and then the card flips, and then you do something else, and it flips again. Or you cause another card to flip. These arrows are going to be interesting to figure out what they mean. But okay, if I had to guess about the optimal setup, it would be something like this for these 7 cards. And then the optimal setup of the 9 cards here. What are we looking at for these cards? So we've got our basic resources here. Oh, these are different. Hold on. So we've got our cards of this type. Maybe these don't have to be kept. So there are our basic resource cards. And then we have one of each which have build on the other side. So do you take an action and flip it to gain a wheat? Is that what's happening? Like if you're the blue player, do you say, okay, I'm going to take this wheat. I flip this card, I give myself a wheat. Now the red player goes. Takes this wheat, which gives them a wheat, and puts this card on the other side. And now if someone had enough, would they do, like if blue went again and said, I'm going to take another wheat and went here. Let's say red came over here and said, I'm going to take a tree. Then blue could use this card that's been flipped and say, okay, I'm going to take the build action, which is what, no, he has to do a move action. So blue would say, I'm taking a move action to do this, to produce one of these. These would come off here, perhaps, and then I would take this move action and flip this back over. And then later, red could do something else. Let's say red took this stone. Then later, blue could say, okay, now I'm going to take the build action to build myself a bread from this bushel, and then flip this card. And then eventually, after 6 of these were grown, blue would take the move action, like that, to move all 6 of these down and claim to have and build this hut. And I think maybe only one can be built of each. It's a little bit harsh. That kind of works. I'm not sure how much of a game it is, though. It doesn't feel like there's much of a... You don't know points. You do see that it takes more stone to build a wheelbarrow, but less brick to build a pyramid. Probably they should be in this order. 2, 3, 4. 6, 4, 3 makes sense. These are easier to build. Takes more stone to build brick, but less brick to build pyramid. And this idea seems reasonable to me. There's more wheat and less stone, and so on. So what don't we know from this hypothesis? We don't know what this plus stuff is. We don't know how scoring and winner is determined. We don't know what the limits are on claiming spaces. And we don't know, we do have a hypothesis for what action you take to do each of these. These are a move action, which are on the back of some of these cards, and a build action, which are on the back of some of the others, and they keep flipping. Now, why are there pluses on the fronts of these cards and not... There's pluses on the front and back of these cards, but not on these cards. Is this showing us some spatial arrangement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, 9 cards would make a 3x3 grid pretty well. So instead of this logical arrangement, are we meant to shuffle these and create a random 3x3 grid? And players are forced to walk around? Like you walk up here and flip it, and then you have to walk and flip? That does create a much more difficult puzzle to solve. It seems like without something like this, it might be obvious what the best moves are to play, especially if you're the first player. But if you have to navigate around, that makes a more interesting spatial puzzle. Doesn't answer what the pluses are, though. But it also doesn't really... The arrows are a little odd for that, right? Like they're pointing in the wrong direction if it's meant that you can move. It's weird that they're all pointing inward rather than outward. And they're all the same. Actually, I see now that the flip side arrows do point out. The flip side, these blue dark blue arrows on the backs do point out. Some of them don't. Some of them flip. These point outward. What does that mean? Let's look at our rules again. What do you do on your turn? What function do the wooden discs serve? Okay, I think mainly they're for keeping track of how many of each resource you have, but maybe also keeping track of your position on the grid. What are the resource types? Okay, well, that seems fairly straightforward. What is the gift of the river? What is the main difference between some of the resources? Where are the resource costs located? What is the function of the flip item from the 7 grouped cards? I think it's asking about this. What is the function of this? Well, that's a very good question. That's a very good point. Is it saying we have to pay 2 of anything in order to flip a card that they don't flip by default? Or is it saying we have an additional action which we can use to flip a card? When is a winner determined? That's a good question. Remember, we can take hints for these, but the hints tend to be pretty opaque. So what are the questions here that are the most perplexing? What is the gift of the river? And then what is the function of the flip card? And when is a winner determined? Those are the main things. We don't, and then what do you do on a turn with regards to this area up here, if this really is how it gets set up, which we don't know. I do like the idea that you can't just pick a card and use it. That feels too open-ended. It feels more likely that players are actually physically on one of these spots. You can't start out building stuff until you gather, so it makes sense that these would all be on this side to begin the game. What does the plus mean? I mean, is it just saying plus this? You get 1 stone by going here, 1 wheat by going here, and then this is just telling you it's not a plus, it's just the move action. So no plus, meaning you're not gaining a resource, you're moving resources. Plus, meaning you're gaining the resource. But the problem with that theory is this. Because you go here and there's still pluses. You're doing the build action. But that would seem to convert stuff, so it would seem like it would use the same symbol as this. Like, why are there pluses here? Because surely, if you've got one of these, and you take the build action to build this wheat into bread, surely you are moving it here. You're not gaining a bread and keeping the wheat. So wouldn't it be logical for there to be no pluses here? And for this to be blue back? All right, so the questions I'd like you to focus on, I mean, if you have disagreements with me about other stuff, then I'll take that. But the questions I'd like you to focus on are, is this the proper arrangement, a random grid each game? I think that makes some sense. You'd want something random on each game to make the game different. These don't randomize. These are just for tracking how much you own of everything. So it makes sense to me that this is randomized. 3 by 3 makes sense to have a 3 by 3 grid for 9 cards. But what are you doing here? It makes sense to me that it's one disc of each color up here. And I think we have a pretty good feeling for how to move and use these 6 cards. This one not as clear. You don't need the advanced resources for this. So clearly this is just an additional way to build a place. And you wouldn't have it like, because you don't need to build these in order to build this, it can't be the first person who builds this wins. It seems to me that what we're looking at here is maybe these are all worth 1 point, and so the first person to build, well, it could be as simple as the first person to build all 4 win the game, and maybe multiple people can build it. I think that would be the guess I would have to make, based on the fact that there are no points and no other seeming way to end the game. And my gut was saying like whoever has the most of these would win, but with 4 players, it seems like you could have too many ties. So I think a more logical thing to say would be that the first player to build all 4 wins the game, and multiple people can play this. Multiple people can claim them. So blue gets this first, then maybe red gets it, and then blue gets these 2. Red gets this one, and eventually blue gets this one and wins the game. Okay, that is at least a plausible way for a winner to be determined. And notice there's no mention of score in the questions, and that's because I don't think there is a score. It's just the winner is the first person to build all 4 places. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, that makes sense to me. Now, the main questions I have then are, what is the deal with these plus and non-plus triangles? What is the movement around here that lets you select cards? And what's the deal with flipping? And what does this do? This clearly looks like it's saying pay 2 of any resource to flip a movement card. To flip a movement card. And that's what this restriction is. And that's what most of these cards are, movement cards. But a couple of them are build cards, which I don't think this can trigger. If you're not allowed to flip a builder card, so every time you move, you flip it and take that action. So if I move from here to here, I take a wheat and flip this card. It's interesting. There's no question about those triangles. What is the gift of the river? What is the gift of the river? We don't really have a river here. Should we be thinking about spatially a river? Is there some sense in which this is a river? A linear river? Seems unlikely, but I mean, if you had a river, well, you have an odd number of cards, though. It doesn't seem like that wants to be a river, but I was thinking, like, would it make sense, though? But it doesn't really. These triangles look like they want you to make a grid out of them. And a river would be a little bit weird to navigate in terms of a spatial puzzle. Not enough options. It feels to me like the natural thing is a 9 3x3 grid. Still think that seems most likely, with a spatial element of movement adding to some randomness for each game. But what do the pluses mean, and why do the builder cards have pluses, but the movement cards don't? And what exactly does this mean? Does that mean we can only flip a card from this to this, or this to this? Why would we need to do that? Why would we spend 2 hard-fought resources to flip a card? Why not just walk on it? It's a pretty expensive thing to do. Pluses mean gain. I mean, it could be as simple as trying to remind us that the build action gains us a cube, whereas the move action is always just moving, but it doesn't really make sense. Like, the move action says you take 2 wheat and that gives you a bushel. So I've removed one. And we think the build action would say take 1 bushel and convert it into a bread. Huh. All right. Why don't we take an 8-minute break? We'll come back and we will continue.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
All right, we're back. We're gonna check in with the chat and see some thoughts, but I did want to point out this. I think I'm just looking at the bottom of this box again. I think what we've got here is a bonus little game. So I think what it's suggesting is, if you look at this, it's a little dexterity game. It's basically just saying that everyone gets 2 discs, and everyone flips a disc into the box, and then the closest one wins a point, wins $1, wins a point, and the first person to 3 wins the game. I think that's basically what we're looking at. I don't know why there's 2 of each, because you couldn't get to 3 points with 2. But I think that's what we're looking at here. A simple dexterity game, bonus game in the box. Not related. The important thing is not related to our current game. All right, now let us look in the chat and see if we have any other thoughts. If flipping a card is just an action, maybe the cost to flip is any of the resource shown on the sides, not 2 of each. So I think what you seem to be suggesting is that it's not that whenever you move onto a card you flip it, but that you have to pay to flip it. I don't really love that idea. This seems to be saying this is the action, like you get a wheat and you flip. Maybe movement is only allowed on one side of the card. I don't really understand that. Maybe movement is an alternative cost to flip a card. I guess I don't really understand that either. Let's see if it's being clarified. When you move on to a resource card, if you're coming from another resource or from a build action, you gain the target resource, but not if you're coming from a movement card. I guess the idea that you're trying to suggest is that the cards that have no plus on them whose arrows go outward not if you're coming from a movement. You're sort of suggesting that if you go from here to here, you don't get this because you don't get a plus. There has to be a better explanation for why these arrows are in and these arrows are pointing out. It can't be like if you go to this, you get this and this, and if you go to you get this or this. There would be a slash and there wouldn't be any change in arrow direction. All right, let's see what else we got. Maybe we can claim that the river is the source of the water used to create the 3 basic resources, or boulders coming from the rivers. The arrows going out meaning you can only move from the card, not onto it. But how would you ever get to it then? Oh, that's an interesting idea, though. That's a pretty interesting idea. Let's stay on that idea for a second. So Rob says maybe what it means is arrows going in, you can move onto it. Arrows going out, you can't move onto it. So let's look at the ramifications of that. It's a very interesting theory. So let's say you're here. You're allowed to go onto this card, get the wheat, and then you flip it. And now you must leave this. You always must leave, but you go here, for example, you get the build action and you flip. And now you're not allowed to walk onto this again. No one can walk onto this now. However, you can take this action to flip it. And is that why this is saying a movement card? Because you'd never do that with the builder cards because they have pluses in every direction. Only the build cards don't have arrows in. That is very tempting. So basically, no one wants to pay to flip a card, but people would like to go on there to move it. So eventually these all get flipped as players use them to gather resources. And we end up with something like this. You flip and get here, you flip this and get this, someone flips this and gets this, and we end up with a situation like this. So these resources would still be available, but imagine someone's on this card. They cannot move now. What if they don't have enough resources to flip it? It could certainly happen, couldn't it? Boy, it's a good, I like the idea though. Doesn't really explain why there are pluses on them, but it does explain the directions of the arrows pointing out. On the other hand, it doesn't explain how you take a move action. Like if you can't walk onto the card, how do you do this action? Unless we say that you do the action on the other side when you walk onto a card. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Because clearly you want to be doing the actions of gathering resources in the beginning. So if these are all gathered and can't be walked on, how do you do this action? It doesn't make sense. I was excited about the idea that you'd have to use this to flip these back over. But that leaves us with the problem of how you do this action then. The move action, which is what gets you from here, from 2 here, to transfer it into a bushel. If the moon means winning the game, does this mean building a single moon would be enough to win the game, not all of them? I don't think so. I think if I had to guess, no, surely not. That's not the way these kinds of games work. Although it could, I mean, it's not a crazy idea that to say that the first person to build any place wins. Maybe that's not crazy. Maybe that is the case. The first person to build any of these 4 wins. That's a reasonable thing. That would make for a shorter game. I suppose it would depend on whether you think you want how long a normal game is. Let's see, and whether there be one strategy that would always be better. 2 bushels, 2 wheats make a bushel. 1 bushel makes a bread, but you need 6 breads to win with this. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 times 6, 24 actions to build a hut. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 6, 24. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4, 20 actions. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 3, 18 actions. 24 actions, 20 actions, 18 actions. But there's more wheat than there is trees, and more trees than there are rocks. So that makes actually a lot of sense. And then this one is combinations. So I think maybe a 2018 turn game, a little more because you have to move around. I think you're probably right, Nelson. I think probably I was too optimistic when I said you have to win all 4. That would be a very long game. So I think maybe it's more likely that the first person to get any of these wins. So you've sold me over in that idea. And Rob agrees. 1 moon is enough. If flip is a separate action, you could select to remain on a card and flip it instead of moving. That would allow you to farm resources that can be used to pay for the flip any resource card. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, another thing we'd have to say is whether 2 people can be on the same place at once. It's pretty unusual to have a game that lets you stay in one place and just farm it. Is it possible that... Is it possible that this can only be used to build this? This can only be used to build this and this? Like, are these... Is this card saying you can only move what it's next to? Like, you have to go here to move wheat? But then how would you move trees? You'd have to go here to move trees? Just seems like that would be easy to get yourself into a degenerate situation, wouldn't it? Could you get, sorry, I wasn't showing you. Is it that this movement, arrows, is telling you that it has to be teamed up with something? Like this lets you move trees. This would let you move wheat. Then the question is, and then but then the build wouldn't work that way, because build doesn't point to anything. Doesn't really make sense that one would team up with something and one wouldn't. Doesn't really make sense. If flip is a separate action, you could select to remain on the cart. Oh, that was our farming comment. It wouldn't really make sense to have this icon on every card if the only way you could flip these was by taking this action. That really wouldn't make sense. This seems to be very clear that when you do this action, you flip this card, to me. It also makes for a more interesting dynamic game that the state of the board is constantly changing. Now, regarding river, does it make sense to think of this line as the river or these pluses as the river? Like if the line was the river, you might imagine setting this up like this and saying that the resources come in here and then generate this way, although it makes more sense to me to line them up in the order that they chain. But one of our questions is, what is the gift of the river? What is the gift of the river or turn of the tides? I mean, turn of the tides might be referring to the flipping. Well, so let me remind you that we can take hints. At some point when we figure out as much as we can, we will start taking hints, but the hints are so subtle, they rarely ever give us much, and they do hurt our score. If you can't move into a movement card, the move action must be tied to moving out of a move card, therefore same for the build action. That doesn't really work for me. Nelson is basically saying we go here, we turn this to wheat, we gather the wheat, then we go here. And then what you're saying is then when we leave here, we trigger this. Boy, that's convoluted to trigger something when you leave and when you enter. Although there is some logic to it, like this you trigger when you leave, And this you trigger when you enter. That's an interesting idea, actually. Let me back up. That's an interesting idea. So we're saying you move around. We're saying you can't enter this card. But Nelson is saying the way you solve the problem I had of saying how do you ever do it is that a plus card you trigger when you walk onto it. So I go there, I get a wheat. I go there, I get a wheat. And I flip it. Now, when I take my next move, I trigger the move action. I don't have enough to move at this point though, but I would gain this and flip this. But we think maybe I would have triggered this move. But let's pretend this is the situation I'm in. I've walked over here, I've gained the wheat, and now I'm on this card. I'm not allowed to walk on here because of the arrows. But Nelson is suggesting when I move here, leaving this card because of these arrows triggers the move. So now I can do this move action. And then I land on the tree, which gains me a tree. I'm not allowed to move here. I'm not allowed to move here. But when I move off this, I can do a build. I'm allowed to build now, a move, but I don't have anything to move, so I can't use it. But I am now, I walked onto this cart, I can do a build. This says build 1 bushel into a bread. And then I flip this. Do I now get the tree? No. But I could go here, get another wheat, flip this card. On my next turn, come into the tree, which would get me a tree. Come up here, get a stone and a build, but I can't use my build. I mean, having inefficient actions is the sign of a game that might produce good decisions. On my next turn, I go here. I mean, but there are multiple players doing this at the same time. That flips this. And now when I leave this, feels like you could have turns where you would get stuck though. Eventually, someone's going to have to spend resources to flip a card, but there's something really not right here. There's something not quite right. Because what's happening? 4 players on this board at once. If you flip a card, isn't someone else going to walk onto it? Or are we somehow thinking you can do this? Out of turn? Like before your turn? It feels pretty weird. Like the board is going to get into situation like this is a very high cost to flip a card. Especially with 4 players, these cards are going to get flipped all the time. It feels weird that you can't walk on these cards and you have to pay to flip them. It feels like you're going to gather 3 and then spend 2 to flip. I don't love it. Could the blue arrows be considered the river? Yes, I think that is attractive to think of the blue arrows as the river, but that just thematically tells us something. It doesn't really give us a game mechanic out of it. If you can't move on to a movement card, the move action must be tied to moving out of a move card. Okay. And therefore, same for the build action. No, the build actions don't have arrows leaving them. Now you can pay 2 trees. You're just saying that. Okay. Is there a rules card? There's no rules card for this game. Maybe moving out of a move card allows you to flip any card. No, I don't think so. We should admit that this card we are reading as pay 2 of any kind to flip a card. It's got a move icon on it, so it seems like this is only for these cards. But then why is this symbol on here if you're not allowed to move it this way? Wouldn't it make more sense to not have this icon here if the only way to flip these cards is with this action? Like, if you're not allowed to walk on this card, then why... Then why is this here? And if you trigger this when you leave, shouldn't this also mean that you should trigger flipping it like this? When you leave, in which case it would never be on this side and you would never need to flip it. Boy, that's confusing. It's very confusing. Is there another way to read this card? It looks like it's cost to flip a card. Is there an alternative way to read that? Could you flip a card to gain any 2? No. Clearly the stone are the expensive ones. Clearly you can't just flip a card and gain 2. Clearly it can't be so easy to gain 2 stone. The stone are the hardest ones to gain. That means there are less of them out there. Okay, so this clearly has to be spend 2 to flip a card. That has to be a sort of rare action because it's so expensive. We also don't know if this is sort of out of turn. Maybe it is. You can do this in addition to taking your turn. Another question is whether two people can be on the same card at the same time. Is it possible? Is it possible that these don't flip automatically, but that you have a choice? There is something interesting about the idea that this triggers when you leave. I don't. But then if this triggers when you leave, it suggests that you get to move and flip this card. Then why would you ever be flipping this card? Only for these, but just walk on it. Maybe you have to pay to do a flip. It's never automatic. You always have to pay when you want to access the other side of a card. That is an interesting idea. So you're just moving around gathering. And then when you want, so let's say I've gathered a whole bunch here. And some trees. And then I say, okay, I've decided on my next turn, I'm going to pay 2 wheat to flip a card. I still hate the idea that these flip icons are on every side of every card. It seems completely redundant. Every card here has half of it is taken up by this flip. Every single card on every side. I suppose maybe you could argue that that's redundancy means it's meaningless, but it sure seems like you would trigger that. But okay, what if we're saying that you move on a card, you just get what's shown. You don't automatically flip it. We still don't know what the pluses mean. But if it doesn't automatically flip, then you'd have to pay. So you pay the wheat to flip the card you're standing on. I've paid the 2 wheat, and now what? Now I can use the move action to spend 2 wheat to make a bushel. And now we don't know what the arrows mean, and why would you ever pay to flip a card until they all turn to these? That doesn't seem right. It does not seem right. Does not seem right. So far, though, the best explanation for the arrows has been whether you're allowed to walk on, whether it triggers when you walk onto it or when you leave. The idea being that the movement cards trigger when you leave. That's why the arrows are pointing out. However, it doesn't explain why there are pluses. And the rest of the game seems kind of broken if you use those rules. And it sure seems to me like the action on these cards are in the center and that they should flip automatically, in which case it's not clear why you would ever spend this money to flip a card. If cards don't flip automatically, then you do have a reason you would pay to flip. But are we in a weird situation then where like this person's getting wheat, so they're just walking around getting wheat, and then they decide, okay, I can just go back and forth endlessly to get wheat, and now I need to be able to move wheat, so I'm going to spend some money to flip this card. So that I can now walk on here to do the move action. Why are the arrows outward? Doesn't make sense. Unless you only flip the move card if you can execute the action. Otherwise, it gets stuck. No, that's too convoluted. We are really flailing about here. I think we'll try to take a hint soon, but it feels to me that our best angle of attack is focusing on these arrows. Is it possible that this is saying move wheat? Move combines with the wheat? And then if you wanted to move stone, you'd have to come over here and connect these two. So now this card moves stone. And moves wheat. If you wanted to move trees, you'd have to. Boy, then it just feels like two players would just be competing to flip cards against each other. That would be a very weird game. Let's try to break free of whatever rut we're in here. We don't know that this is a 3x3 grid. We don't know that cards aren't moving around this grid. Seems overly complicated. But we do know that we've got the basics of a resource building game. And we understand the core way to play. You're gathering resources, you're converting them using the move action, and then you're converting them again using the build action, and then again using the move action. So you're doing this combination of gather, move, build, move. And the first person to build any of these 4 objects wins the game. So that's the core gameplay. What we don't know is how you choose to gather what resource and how you trigger moving or building. The building cards, there's 3 of them. They all have the pluses on them with arrows going in. So either pluses with arrows going in, and the move cards have no pluses, arrows going out. And perhaps we should basically ignore this because it's on every side of every card. So it's kind of totally meaningless no matter how you look at it. Except as a reminder to flip the card. Maybe we should try to attack this in terms of game design. Let's imagine for a second that there were no arrows and there were no flip signs. Okay, everything is on resources. Now, if you played that game, you could gather resources, but you could never move or build. So we need a way to have cards flip so that their other actions can be triggered. So you've gathered a bunch of wheat, and now you want to bundle it up. So you want to go on a move card. What if there were no pluses and none of these, and the only way to flip a card was to pay for it? So you pay 2, you flip a card, and now you can move on to it and do its move action. And we're going to pretend we ignore the arrows completely and ignore this flip. So let's say it stays like this for the rest of the game. Now you could go, you could gather more wheat, gather more wheat, gather more wheat, and then come back here and move it. And you've got yourself a little game loop where there's no interesting decisions being made. You're just gathering wheat, turning them in. Eventually, you'd have to pay to flip a build card. so that you could go gather wheat, come up here, build this into this. That's if you have to always pay to flip a card and the cards don't auto flip and we pretend the arrows have no meaning. Does that make a good game? Doesn't really seem like it would, but you would be competing to have the cards available that you want. Hard to see someone wanting to flip a card on the mover side. Back to a resource. Feels like, why would you pay 2 resources to flip a card just so you could gain the resource? With multiple players. Feels a little chaotic. That's how the last game got us. Feeling too chaotic. Are players allowed to occupy the same card? We don't know. Are they allowed to stand the current card to farm more resources? We don't know. But it seems to me like normally that would not be in a game. Normally, one of the ways you create interesting decisions is you forbid players from doing the same thing on a turn. You force them to move. All right, I'm trying not to get frustrated. I'm going to miss this game when it's gone, so I don't know why we should feel a rush, but I do feel like we are really just crunching gears into each other. So if we were to take a hint, and it's too bad these hints aren't more useful because I don't have much hope that any of these hints will help us. What hint would we take? I suppose the 9 card setup would be useful to us. The what do you do on your turn would be useful to us. And then the flip item would be useful to us, and the gift of the river would be useful to us. So, which hint are we going to take first? Which hint is more likely to be useful to us? I could see the answer to 51 simply being that the river provides resources. So it seems like that could be a total miss. The 15 could be very useful to us. It could tell us, it will tell us if this should be a grid, if we made the right guess there, or if not. And maybe that would make a difference to us. I just am guessing that we're correct about that, so that might be just a waste. What do you do on your turn, maybe? '51 is probably necessary since we have no idea what the river even is, unless it's just going to metaphorically give us something. Shannon says she wants to see card 30, he wants to see card 35. I'm afraid that's just going to say pay to flip a card, but it could be useful. I mean, they're all kind of useful, but I think that perhaps the one that is going to give us the most likely useful information is what do you do on your turn? Because maybe it's going to tell us that you move orthogonally, which is what we're guessing. And do the action, or do the action. It might tell us if I mean, is there any world, let me just ask you before we read this, is there any world where you don't have to move around on this grid, where you just choose to take a card and flip it? And what if this was like an act out of turn, like in a bonus action? For example, if I have 4 wheat and it's my turn, on my turn, could I say that I'm going to take a stone, and I flip this card and I take a stone? Someone else's turn, they could say I'm going to take a build action and flip this card. On my turn, I could say I'm going to take a wheat, flip this card, and then pay to take an extra action. Wouldn't really make sense, would it? I mean, what would the arrows be telling us? Just trying to think if there's any world where you're not spatially moving around on this grid. Okay, I'm going to read the hint for I'm going to read the hint for what do you do on your turn, which is 73. Let's see what the hint says. So what do you do on your turn? We're going to pay our relic for that. There's our free hint. 73 says, harvest one thing and plow it under, then see what you can make. Harvest one thing, then plow it under and see what you can make. No mention of moving around the grid. Harvest one thing. I choose this card. Plow it under. And then see what you can make. Next player goes, harvest one thing, plow it under, see what you can make. Now blue goes, harvest one thing, plow it under, see what you can make. Am I now allowed to do this, even though this is a move action? Surely not. Now red goes, harvest one action, plows it under, and then sees what they can make. Now blue goes, harvest a resource, plow it under, and then see what I can make. So now I can do this, and I do this. Now red goes, harvests, plows it under, sees what she can make, which is nothing. Then blue goes, harvests a tree, plows it under, sees what he can make, nothing. Now red goes, I'm trying to get this into a broken state. Red goes, harvests a tree, plows it under, and then sees what they can make. They can't move anything. Now blue goes, harvest the tree, plows it under, see what you can make, and now we're sort of stuck. In this case, everyone's got two of something, so red could be forced to spend these just to flip a card over, but it doesn't really make sense. These cards would basically all be face down for 90% of the game. That doesn't make sense. All right. I think we are going to take more hints because we are really stuck. I'm not ignoring the chat. It's just that I fixed the scrolling bug. It's just there's nothing to do about the comments. There's just lots of different comments, and nothing is jumping out at me as being super useful. So we're going to read another hint. We're going to take points here. Let's take the optimal 9 setup. Let's see if we're right about it being in a grid. So we're going to take a penalty of 1 point, which is here, and we are going to read 15 and see if there really is a grid or if we were wrong about that. Total symmetry is always nice. Okay, how do you interpret that? Total symmetry is always nice. I think there is our confirmation that it's a 3x3 grid, total symmetric grid. So we're right about that. All right, now it's either going to be what's the gift of the river or what is the function of the flip card. All right, let's look up gift of the river. Let's just see if it's metaphorical or if it's going to be mechanical. What is the gift of the river? The answer is in many ancient cultures, settlements started next to a river due to the irrigation effect to the land around it. Settlements started on a river because of the irrigation effect on the land around it. What does that, any thoughts about what that might mean? Hint 35 would be useful, says Rob. 35 is, what's the function of the flip card? Yeah, that's the next one we're going to take. Okay, but you heard the comment. Tribes started by a river because of the irrigation effect around it. Now, any thoughts about how that would affect us? How that would fix the game? I have a thought. I don't love the thought, but I do have a thought. No one in the chat has any thoughts about this? No theories? All right. No one is saying anything. So I'll just give metaphor. No. I think it's more than a metaphor. I think we are looking at a mechanical idea here. And I think perhaps what we're looking at is the explanation for the other arrows. Blue background card, arrow pointing to here. I think this is suggesting that now this card harvests 2. This one plus an extra one because it's being irrigated from this river. And that if you were to manage to flip over both of these, you would be looking at plus plus. So that coming here would generate you 3 wheat. However, it's still a weird situation where it feels like everyone would want to do the same thing then. Like if that got irrigated and was worth 3 to come here. I wonder if once you did this, these would flip back. No, surely not. I think the benefit of this explanation is that it gives us an answer to what the arrows mean. These irrigate neighboring lands. So now this is worth 2, this is worth 3, this is worth 2, this is worth 2. Because they're being irrigated. It also sort of makes sense why it's so costly to flip a card, because you're basically increasing your engine. But are we now saying you don't move around this grid? You just do stuff? Why isn't everyone doing the same thing? Aren't we thinking about this like a normal resource gathering game and we shouldn't be? Is it possible that these are not common cards, but 4 players, you each get one randomly, and that tells you exactly what you're going for? Imagine you've got 4 players. You each get randomly assigned one. And now the whole game is manipulating the grid to better generate resources for you. So blue player knows they have to be gathering wheat, and red player knows they're gathering stone. So we start the game. Blue player says, I'm going to gather wheat. Red player says, I'm going to gather a stone. Blue player says, good, this is irrigated. I'm going to go here, and I'll get 2 wheat for that, since it's irrigated. Red player says, okay, I'm going to gather stone again. Blue player says, I'm going to gather this wheat for 2. Red player wants stone. There is no more stone. But they want generic resources so they can flip over more cards. So they take a 2 tree from this irrigated tree. Now blue player does what? Decides they want to spend... Where's our generic card? Sorry, that card has to stay out. There goes my idea of shuffling those cards. Can blue player just say, I'm going to choose to move, but I'd rather not move this one. I'm going to move with this one to convert one of my wheats into a bushel. The only reason I was saying to deal out these goal cards is because I fear otherwise whatever thing seems more popular and is more irrigated, everyone would want to try to do it. But I suppose one thing to say is we were having movement around the grid to make it more compelling game and a spatial element. But perhaps if we have this whole irrigation system, you might even imagine that the irrigation like chains up, right? Like if this was like this, maybe you'd say that 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, what if these by themselves were nothing? Maybe they have to be irrigated to have a value. Harvest an item, plow it under, see what you can build. Harvest an item, plow it under, see what you can build. Just doesn't quite, I mean, I feel like we've got big parts of it, but it doesn't quite feel like a real game. And that's how we've got burned before. You're harvesting an item, you're flipping over the card, and you are gathering resources to accomplish goals, either assigned or random. Or, I mean, assigned or freely available for anyone. And by manipulating the spatial arrangement, you can make cards more or less valuable. It's just a little bit weird, because when you make a card valuable, you're making it valuable for the other players too, in this scenario, which doesn't seem right. Like if you pay to irrigate this card, so it's worth a lot more, is it only value? I could go here, I get 3 now, 3 wheat. And then am I flipping it so the other person doesn't get the benefit? But now I've given them a benefit of 4. This feels weird, like you'd be naturally competing for the same stuff rather than forced to diversify. So the 9 card setup would mean the river movement cards go into the middle column. That doesn't work because there aren't just 3 movement river cards. There are 3 builder cards which don't have any river, but there are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards that have rivers. So I would guess that they're random. The flip icon on the bottom is if there's a specific card you want on a specific side. Yeah, I think that makes a little bit of sense, but it is weird. I It also means it's a choice to take a resource you don't want just to force a player to spend resources to flip it back. If the irrigation theory is right, it's very off choice of icon to have on that move card with a giant block being pushed by people. Why not something water river related? Sort of, except we're still saying that this is the move action, which you need to do. It's like the worker action. So maybe the workers are irrigating, but the workers are used to make things too. So it's the blue color is the river. It's dual use though. The river is irrigating and the movement action is here. I mean, surely when we look up this link, this hint about this card, it's just going to say you can choose, you can pay any 2 resources to flip a card. I suppose we should entertain the idea that this is different. What if this is saying that it must be a face down blue river card and you can choose to flip it and gain 2 of those resources? That seems unlikely, but I guess it's a reason to flip this card over. Okay, what is the function of the flip item card? So we're taking another punishment to read hint 35. Sometimes you need to help the natural cycle along. Okay, so that's of no use to us, really. It's basically just saying we can flip a card, but I guess the hint about the natural cycle seems to be that we are right in saying that these cards flip as a matter of course when you choose them, but you can also force one to flip without taking that action, I guess, as an additional action. But when would you ever do anything like, it's weird because we're saying you could choose this card and it would flip and you would get this. Or you could choose this. Maybe it only flips when you harvest. Maybe you would only do this to turn one of these over this way. That just seems like the same problem we had before about how it feels like most of the time everything would be flipped to the wrong side. But like, you would never pay to flip this, right? You would just take this to flip it. You would never not take this. It would be much, you never pay to go from this side to this side. Conceivably, you would pay to go from this side back to this side. But it's a little odd. Like you're saying, okay, I have so many trees. Let me spend some 2 trees to turn this over so I can get 1 wheat. That's really a weird concept. But I guess if certain cards are getting irrigated, there are going to be certain places that are worth a lot just to go once. You could gain a lot of spare resources and then spend them to flip the cards you care about. This is twice we've had games that feel like players are going to be like undoing each other's actions, which makes for a very unpleasant game. Unless we're wrong about this being a cost of 2 to flip. And a gain of 2. This is one of the nice things about this idea of using game domain knowledge. Like, you could ask yourself, given 2 identical games, does it make sense that you have to pay to flip a card? To pay to flip this card? Or does it make sense that you gain something from flipping this card? Surely it can't be that you gain something from flipping a card from this to this. Otherwise, one person's going to set up an irrigation and the other person's going to naturally destroy it because it's so beneficial to destroy it. Should be costly to destroy someone's irrigation system. What, let's see, can you remind me what was said about the tide? All right, I'll reread that in a second. Flip any card has that move symbol on it. The people pushing the box, so does it only affect those cards, not the resource sides? That's a good question. That's a good question. Maybe you can only flip resource cards on your turn. If you want to flip a card back to the resource side, you have to pay. What if you don't earn the resource on the card you flip? You instead get the resource of the arrows you're pointing to. Ah, it's a totally different game. No, I don't think that works. It doesn't work because if you have to pay for this, like if your idea is that, okay, I flipped this here and now I've irrigated these 2, so I get 2 points. That doesn't really work if it costs you to flip, because the most you would irrigate is 2, and it costs you 2, and in the beginning of the game you've got nothing. So how do you do anything? It must be that when you go on a card, well, we read on a card it said you harvest. So on your turn, you harvest. By the way, those dogs you hear in the background, police were called because they killed one of their own. The dogs attacked another dog in the yard and killed it. It's the second dog that those dogs have killed. A year ago, they broke free and killed a dog on the street. Police keep getting called for the noise, for the craziness. Police came, they decided not to answer the door, so nothing happened. That's a good lesson for you. if you want to avoid the consequences of anything, you could do almost anything. Just don't open the door when the police come and you're free. It's like a get out of consequences. As long as you don't open the door, you can't get in trouble. All right. So there was a question about the previous hints. The hint about the arrangement of the 9 cards said that they should be symmetrical. That's our 3x3. The hint about the gift of the river was, in many ancient cultures, settlements started next to a river due to the irrigation effect to the land around it. And that seems to me to be a very clear hint that this is irrigating in the direction of the arrows, and probably the plus means that an irrigation increases the value when you go here. Which leads us to the hint about what do you do on your turn. This is an important hint. This one says, harvest one thing, plow it under, then see what you can make. So I think what we're getting here is something like this. I choose a card, a tree. No, let's not do it this way, like this. Let's say this is the state of the board. I choose a card, it's a tree. I harvest that tree. In this case, I think I get 1 + 1. I think this probably means I get 2 trees. And now I flip and am allowed to do a free move action. I think maybe that's the way it goes. Now the red player goes and he says, okay, I'm going to harvest this wheat. This wheat will be 1 + 2 + 3 because it's 2 are flowing into it. So I think harvesting that would give red 3. Flip this card and now red gets to do a free move, which would allow us to turn 2 of these into 1 bush like that. Now blue goes and realizes, well, now there's a nice irrigation path to stone. So I'm going to harvest this stone. 1 + 3, I would get 4 stone. But now I should decide, do I want to do the build action or the move action? No, I want to do the move action. I'm going to harvest this one. So I harvest this stone for 4 stone. And now I get a free move action, which I can move all 4 of these into 1 cart. That's pretty good. Blue is in the lead. Now, it may be that these shouldn't chain. Maybe just what's around it should. I don't know. Red goes and says, well, I'm all in on wheat. This wheat either has 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it should just be what's around it. Okay, well, let's say it's just what's around it now. So red says, I'm going to take this tree and get 2 surrounding bonuses, which would be 3. 1, 2, 3. Flip it. Now I'm allowed to build something, but I don't have anything to build, so I don't get to build. What we're really interested in is what happens in this degenerate case when these are all flipped. So blue goes here. Let's say he gets 2 trees. This flips. He's allowed to move. He's got 3 trees, so he goes ahead and does that. Now red goes, See, they get 1 wheat, 2 wheat. Flip this over, is allowed to build. Can build 1 bread, so he does that. Now blue goes, takes this 2 wheat, is allowed to move, so moves this to here, and now it's red's turn. This is the problem, that this is a weird state of the game to be in now, right? Because, okay, let's say that red goes and takes this stone and gets 2 stone. Okay, well, already we have a problem. There's only 1 disc. So let's just say they only can have 1 stone. Now we're in this degenerate position. Are people allowed to take these actions? If it's blue's turn, blue doesn't have anything to spend, so can't do this. But could blue say, I'm taking this action and flip this card in order to do a builder action to bring a wood like this? And then could red? Wait, I do not like this game. I mean, this does not seem like an enjoyable game to play. We must be missing something. It seems like a pretty tedious game. I don't like how the game... This is sort of like the inflation theory of the universe. It doesn't feel like the game... It feels like the game should always be in a sort of steady state. The idea that you'd want to flip all these cards and then get into the state where everything would be upside down and no one wants to pay to flip it up. It's weird. Especially when there's clearly so much more time to go. All right, let's look at more hints. So we're going to take another hint penalty and we're going to read about what? We've basically read every question that we think has any value, right? We've read what is the optimal setup of the 9 cards. The 7 cards here seem like no-brainers. There's just nothing to worry about here. What do you do on your turn? We read that one. The hint for what you do on your turn was you harvest a thing, plow it under, then see what you can make. What functions do the wooden discs serve? I think that seems very clear. that it's counting here. I suppose if we look that up, we could clarify that no discs go here, but I think we're fairly certain now that you're not moving around. No one is saying you move around on there, so I don't think we need that. What are all the game resource types? I mean, that just seems wheat, wood, stone. That just seems pointless. And then the constructed ones seem obvious. What is the gift of a river? That was the important hint about irrigating, which I think explains our arrows at least. What's the main difference between some of the resources? The only thing we've noticed is that there's different amounts, different numbers, frequencies of cards, and numbers required to build. Now you might think, well, maybe there's a different rule, like the stones don't get irrigated, but clearly the arrows are coming into this, so it seems like the same effect happens on the stones as anything else. Where are resource costs located? I mean, that's what we're saying are here. Takes 2 to move 2 of these to make 1 of these. You have to build 1 of these. They're all take just 1 to build, huh? The building is just always 1 for 1. And then you've got to do more moving here. And then when we looked up what's the function of this card, it says, of the flip on this card, it says sometimes you have to help the natural cycle along. So that's the idea that naturally we were flipping these cards, but occasionally someone will want to flip a card for cost. When is a winner determined? We're fairly certain it's first thing built. So it seems like we are out of hints. I suppose we could, I guess I'm going to go ahead and take that hint about the wooden discs. We think they're just used to mark here. Maybe we could get lucky and get a hint that says something about how you're claiming spaces here, but I just don't see it. I don't think this one's going to be any use to us. What are the function of the wooden discs? 92. In fact, I don't want to take that. I don't want to cost us points for hints. I feel fairly certain that you leave them here to track how much you own. Okay, let's think a little bit more about where we're getting stuck in terms of a game. It actually flows fairly well in terms of you pick a card, you harvest, and you flip. Okay, so that got blue 1 wheat. And blue has strategically not irrigated any wheat for the other player. But the other player now can get this tree and it's irrigated, so gets 2 trees. And then this flips. And now blue is going to get this card. Whether they get a bonus of 2 or 1, I don't know. But let's just say a bonus of 1. So they flip this and they get 2 here. And then it says, see what you can build. So I do think you get a free action here. So I think blue gets this free action, which is going to allow him to move these into here. maybe by doing so, it flips? Oh, I really dislike this nonsense with this flip card icon. Do you get to choose these or not? On your next turn, can you choose this? The thing said, harvest, plow it under, and see what you can build. So if blue used this, does this get flipped now? It's weird. It's really unfortunate that this last game is feeling unpleasant for me. Feeling frustrating. We've now gone 3 hours. Maybe playing 3 days of live streaming is taking a toll here. Okay. If in theory you need 1 stone to win, other players can keep blocking you from getting 1 stone. The card lets you spend other resources to get that 1 stone. Okay, don't know what that means. Now, technically, we don't have to understand the full rules of the game, just enough to answer the questions. But something seems really wrong about the state of these 9 cards. It seems to me they will quickly end up all flipped, and then begrudgingly people will spend 2 to flip a card, and then it'll get flipped right over again. That's a very weird situation. Is there any world where you don't flip a card over? You just say, okay, I'm going to harvest wheat. I don't flip that card over. Cards only flip over when they're paid to flip over. Boy, paying to flip over a card is so costly. And yet it can't be that you gain it. That would be too overpowered. I mean, once these all got flipped, surely you would want to take them without paying to get their benefit and flip them. And clearly they have to flip when you choose them because the board state has to change. But then don't we get into a situation where all the cards are naturally flipped over and no one wants to do this? But you'll occasionally say, okay, I can't get anything. I have to pay to flip over a card. I'm going to pay to flip over the card and everything would be irrigated. So let's say after the first phase of the game, everyone's done all the stuff, gathered the cheap resources, and then the board looks like this. And looks like, you know, some variation of this. Then what is happening? Does blue say, okay, I'm going to pay 2 wheat to flip over this card. And now I harvest this wheat for 4. So I've paid 2 for a net of 2. And then I get to move. Can I do this multiple times? I don't know. Let's assume that I can. So for every 2, 1 goes down here and 1 goes here. But is this not now every turn what happens? Like every turn I flip this card and do this? And what do I do in this situation if it's my turn? Look at this situation. I've got discs, but I've got no primitive resources. So what? What do I do? Can I choose this action even though it's not a plow? Can I choose this to move here? Doesn't matter. I can never get a card now. Because I don't have any of the primitive resources, which we say are what costs you to flip a card. What if when you flip a card, you also flip cards the plus arrows are pointing to? That would shuffle the sides around. Well, it's an interesting idea, but the arrows aren't pointing outward. They are pointing all inward except for the move. And we think the arrows are about irrigating, not about flipping. All right, boy, this is getting frustrating. All right, let's look up the hint for wooden discs on the 1 out of 100 chance that we're wrong about this. What function do the wooden discs serve? Are they not just for keeping track of how many resources? Let's read. They can be whatever you need them to be. Okay. So totally useless. That's exactly what we said. They are used to keep track of how many of everything you have. So useless. If you flip a card, any card next to that card has the plus arrow pointing into it will also get activated and flipped. I don't know. That really does not seem... I don't know what that gets you. I don't know what that gets you. You pick a card on your turn, you gather its resource, and surely you then flip it. Gather a wheat, flip it, and now that card is irrigating, and maybe you also get to do the move action. There has to be a way that these cards don't all stay face down besides this. Maybe you can choose to do, it makes sense. You could choose to move, in which case you would flip this back over and do the move action. So maybe the nature of choosing to do this action is what flips it. Does that give us a game? On Blue's turn, he goes there. He gets a wheat, he flips it over. Maybe he's not allowed to choose this, although the hint seems to suggest he could. Maybe you are allowed to do both actions if you can. This should be flipped here. Okay, red goes, decides to build a boulder, gets 2 boulders because it's being irrigated. Flip this card. It's a build action. Maybe if you could do the build action, you would do it now and then flip it. Now it's Blue's turn. Doesn't see anything good, but says, okay, I'm going to go here for 1 wheat. Now you get a bonus move action. He's going to take the move action, which causes this to flip over again. On Red's turn, he's going to go here, get 2 more boulders because it's irrigated, and then use this move action to move all of these boulders down here. And Blue is just going to try to deliberately get wheat. So he's going to grab this. Oh, that doesn't irrigate. So by that way of thinking, this is usually probably a last resort. I guess I'm a little bit more comfortable with that, with this being used as a last resort. There should be an explanation why the arrows have a plus sign in it. There's back and forth, and I'm not sure. I can't. It's too much, but we do have a theory about what the pluses and the rivers mean now, which I'm pretty happy with, which is the irrigation is adding to this. That's what's happening. The fact that the water is flowing into this is what gives it a +1. It's just very odd that you're sort of setting other people up for stuff. If I had to guess, I would guess that these cards flip every time we use them, so they go back and forth. So every time you use the action on the back, it also flips. So if you had a situation like that, let me just see what this looks like for a second. you're in a situation like that and it's your turn, you say, okay, great, I'm going to go grab this tree. It's irrigated times 4, so I get 5. Five all at once. Then I flip this. And now I could use that to move these 3 trees into this. And then I would flip this. But then the next player, red, says I'm going to build the 4 trees. Then I'm going to flip it. And then I'm going to move my trees. And it flips. And then blue says, well, of course, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to build 4 trees. And then I'm going to flip it. And I'm going to move them. And then red says, well, this is such an amazing space. I'm going to do it. Like, what the fuck kind of game is that? How do we create some asymmetry? I mean, you could create some asymmetry by leaving this card down when they trigger it, the first person. That makes sense. But then we're going to end up with cards all face down. Who's going to want to pay to flip one card? It'll flip face down again. All right. I'd say just check the solution. Remember the intro said rules are missing. There's high probability the game is not solvable. Okay, we played 9 of these. We know how this works. We can come up with the full set of rules. We don't, it's not suddenly a different game. Rob says, might as well try to give our best guess instead of banging our heads for 2 more hours. We've used all the useful hints. There might even intentionally be game pieces. All right, we've played this 9 times. We know how this works. There is not key things missing. This is our last game in this box. After that, it's all over. Okay, we've played 2 hours without a break. I'm going to take an 8-minute break. The chat says I'm getting grumpy, and the chat is right. After 3.5 hours, I am getting frustrated, and maybe live streaming the last couple of days in a row, not having enough, not even having enough time to have 8 hours sleep between sessions is taking its toll. And yes, I do get snippy with the chat when everyone is just trying to help, but you have to realize I'm trying to figure this out, and then I'm trying to parse what the comments are saying, and everyone has got their own ideas, and none of the ideas are so simply grasped with a little half a sentence. But maybe we're overthinking it. So the complaint I had before was about worrying about degenerate cases of the game. So I do think it's worth thinking about that a little bit more. If this was game 5 of 10, I would just read the solution. But because this is the last game we have to play of this box, I am keen to not read the solution and regret it. But let's again imagine this sort of degenerate situation. And imagine it's Blue's turn. Blue says, okay, obviously I'm going to take this great tree, which is fully irrigated. So I'm going to get 5 tokens. Could be 4, maybe it doesn't get irrigated until... Maybe it's not even worth 1 by itself, but it seems like it should be worth 1. Okay, Cebu says, I'm going to do this action and get 5 trees. Now I flip this over. The hint seems to suggest you could do the move action, but for me, that seems to set up this infinite loop. So let's say that you don't get to do the action underneath. That has to be chosen as a separate action for the next player. Now the red player goes. They could waste 2 generic resources if they had them to flip over any card. But this does force them to be a little asymmetric. They could get this tree for 2, but it's not quite ideal. So they decide to go here and get 3 rocks. 1, 2, 3. Then they flip this over. Now it's Blue's turn. He could go get this tree. Let's say he does get this tree for 3, 2, 3. And then he flips it over. And then red says, well, I like rocks. I can get 3 more rocks here. And flip this over. Now it's Blue's turn. Blue says, I want to move these trees. And trees are my engine, so what? I'm going to take this action to move 3 trees into 1. But is that now available for red to do this super action? And can you only do 1 of these? I mean, do we have a degenerate game here? Okay, so red says, I'm going to flip over something. I'm going to flip over the stone since I want to move stone. that lets him move 1, 2, 3, 4 into one cart. But does this whole thing just go back and forth doing the same thing, not interfering with each other? Boy, that just seems like it doesn't seem right. This is how we got a bad score on our last game. We agreed that our solution did not seem like a fun game, and we had to accept the loss of points because the game came up with a better rule set. This game does not seem right because it seems like once you found a little two-step engine, that's just what you would do. It's the first one to get to a goal. So like, okay, now we've got trees. So we're going to go here to get 4 trees, and then we're going to turn this over and move with it. Go to get 4 trees, turn this over and move. And then eventually we do a build action, and then we keep going. It doesn't seem like it makes for a fun game. There has to be something that changes the state of the board, so you can't just keep doing the same stuff. What would do that? What would make it so you can't keep doing the same stuff? And this is such an expensive action, it has to be rare. What if... Is there any world where these cards leave this grid? Like you do this tree action, you flip it, you get to do this, and then it's gone? That doesn't seem right, does it? And then these cards all have to get spent, and then they come back out again? I mean, at least that would change the situation. So you take a card, you do it, and then you also get to do this. But then why would this icon be on here? And then it goes away? Everyone's forced to do all of these things? I guess this icon on the back of this flip is really not right. No, that doesn't seem right. Bob says, seems like 8 discs are not enough. You could generate quite a lot of well, you have a good point there. I mean, if you were going to build this bread house, you would need 6 bread here. 4, 5, 6. That's just enough, though. If you had 5, you've got enough to go here, here, and then build and build and have 2 left over. So there is enough discs to get everything. You just couldn't diversify. What if I was right before about these getting divided up randomly? Do we have a hint for that? What is the optimal setup of the 7 grouped card? I'm going to see if there's a possibility that... No, that doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work. Why do we know you can't divide these up? Because on a 4-player game, you'd have to divide up this card. And this rule is only on this card. So these have to be common cards. All right, that solves that. The thing about if you gave these out specifically, it would violate one rule of gaming, which is let players choose what they're going for. But it would make sense because certain setups you wouldn't be competing for back and forth in a weird way like this game does. All right, these have to be out for common use. How do we do this so that we don't get in these degenerate situations where you're just doing the same thing over and over again? Do an action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take this card, you flip it. What if you're forced to do the move? For every 3, 1 goes down. And then what? It doesn't flip? The moment it flips, that becomes the obvious thing to do again. I suppose the next player takes this card to do their own moving. What about the alternate name ebb and flow? Okay, well, ebb and flow is not the alternate name, but it's something about the turn of the tides. Could it hint at some sort of retraction of the irrigation? Flip card doesn't keep feeding the same resource card all the time. The turn of the tides. I mean, turn of the tides seems to be referring to the turning of these cards. So flip card doesn't keep feeding the same resource card. all the time. Yeah, I don't really know how that would work. What if, here's a weird idea. What if, as soon as someone does does an action, all of them flip? In other words, this tree is worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because it's irrigated. But what if there's a rule that flips all of these at once? Like a flood. And you could imagine multiple scenarios that would trigger it. You could say anytime the majority of the cards are flooded, or you could say anytime there's a row or a column that's flooded, or you could say anytime someone does a move action, they all get flipped. Or what if taking a card that's irrigated flips them? So you take the tree, you get 3, and they all flip. The person who takes the wheat gets wheat plus irrigation, 2 wheat, and these both flip. Now we've got a changing world here. If blue takes the stone, he gets 2 because it's irrigated, and now these both flip. That is tempting because when something becomes highly irrigated and interesting, it disappears once triggered. And it keeps the ebb and flow of the water getting high, and then by nature of it being high, it's now going to go low. That feels closer. Rob says, that was what I was suggesting earlier, that connected cards are also activated. Yes, but not just connected cards, but rather not connected cards, but cards used for irrigation. That feels much closer to me to creating the kind of changing landscape that you would want. Doesn't 100% answer whether when you flip a card you trigger it, but I think we're saying now that probably you have to trigger these cards to do a build. And probably you have to trigger this card to do a move. But you might even imagine that you don't. But probably you do, right? Like, all I'm saying is I wonder if you had this kind of mechanic, could you make the game so that, okay, I choose to get wheat, I get a wheat. This flips. On the next turn I go down here, I get 2 wheat. You could imagine that this also lets me build automatically because something interesting happens this way. Maybe we don't have to take an action to do a build and a move. Like maybe that is automatic. Maybe you do automatically move through here. But then what would be the purpose of these build cards? Surely they are important. So surely you have to go here. To do the build action. Okay. And then this is our emergency situation. All right, I think maybe we've got enough to answer the game. And in fact, the game hasn't asked us to figure out this part, but we have come up with something that I like. All right, let us get our score here. All right. What a mess this is. All right, are we ready? Any final thoughts? I think we've got our basic game out. A couple of ambiguities where we're not exactly sure how the game works. But I guess if I had to guess, I would guess that you choose an action, you harvest that, you choose an item, you harvest that, you get bonus points for the river that's flowing into it. So in this case, I would get 2. If I harvested this, and that whenever you harvest, the water that irrigated it to give you a bonus also inverts. And we're saying that you have to choose this action in order to do this. So if I wanted to move these wheat to a bundle, I'm going to have to choose a move action. And if I want to turn this bundle into a bread, I have to do a build action. Now notice the build action also benefits from irrigation. So if I had this situation and I did this, I could build 3. 1, 2, 3. I could do 3 builds at once to turn 3 breads over into this space. Or I guess from this to this. But the move doesn't build up. No pluses. So the move is just a one-off move. And then our rule is the first person that builds one of these 4 places wins the game. All right, so I think we're all on the same page. We've got our answers. Here we go. Site 10. We've got questions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each question is worth 3 points. We know we've already got -5 for hints. And why am I not showing you this? Okay, -5 for hints already. All right, let's move this all out of the way so we can focus on our rules. Okay. Big site number 10, Gift of the River. And here are our solutions. As always, could not be more convoluted how we have to do it. Okay, what is the optimal setup of the 7 grouped cards? Now, we didn't look at this hint, but we did have a proposal for how we thought the solution would be, which looked something like common cards. Let's see. Similar resources on the 7 market cards should go next to each other, face up in the order of how they are constructed. Okay, well, that is exactly what we did. You have to build this, turns into this, turns into this, turns into this. Okay, so that's +3 points for that question. Next. What is the optimal setup of the 9 grouped cards? Place all 9 resource cards face up in a 3x3 grid. Okay, so that's another +3 points for us. Wasted a hint on that. What do you do on your turn? Here we go. Now we're going to see whether you place a disc or whether you just choose a card, which is what we said. Choose a card and flip it. Choose a card, gain that resource, flip the card. Now, what's part 2? You may then make purchases with the resources you just gained and with the ones you have stored. Okay, so we don't get our full points because we debated back and forth whether you get to make a free thing, free action, and we said no. So we're going to get +2 points here. You can make purchases unless it's saying that you can only purchase on the flipping cards. Let's see. What function do the wooden discs serve? These are meant to keep track of all the items you accumulate and purchase. For example, if you gain 2 wood, put 2 discs on the wood space. If you ever run out of discs, you can always sacrifice them elsewhere to gain what you need. Do you think it's saying you can just buy 1 for 1? What is the purchases? Is it not saying building actions? Okay, well, we got this right. I'm going to give us full points for question 4, that you're using the discs to count your resources. What are all the resource types? Wood, clay, wheat, builders, and craftsmen. Wood, clay, wheat, builders, and craftsmen. What? You're buying builders and craftsmen? What does that mean? Where would the builders and craftsmen go? Oh my God. Is it saying that the cost is one builder and the cost is one craftsman and one this? And is the cost of this one builder and this? Surely not. And how do you mark those? What's happening here? So is it saying you go here and you get a craftsman? Where do you put it? It's saying that craftsmen and builders are resources that we can accumulate? And the ones you have stored, how are you storing craftsmen and builders without a place to store them? Something seems off here. Let's keep reading the score. I don't know what to do about score if I don't really understand this. When some resource cards are flipped to their blue side, they represent the fertility provided by a river. All resources receive a +1 collection bonus for each blue card orthogonally adjacent. Okay, so we got that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a question mark here, but this is a +3. The river bonus applies to all resources except for builders. Okay, well, we got that right. Remember, we explicitly said this has a plus, but these guys, which we call movers and they call builders, don't have the plus, so they don't get the bonus. All right, so we got that part right. Oh, what is main difference of resources? Okay, this feels like just a terminology issue. I think it's now going to say that like the builders and the movers can't be saved up and stuff. Wood, clay, and wheat can be stored. Builders and craftsmen must be used on the same turn. Okay, so this is just a very bad terminology, but actually then we were right about everything. Like we said, you don't gain this, you use this as an action, but that's just a different way of saying, they're saying, oh, that's a resource you gain, but you have to use it right away. That's the same thing as an action. Okay, so actually we are 100% right about the resources and 100% right about the difference between the resources. Okay, that's very weirdly said. Calling them a resource when they can't be stored and you're just spending them like actions. Very weird. Okay, doesn't matter. Just a terminology issue. Where are the resource costs located? Resource costs can be found either on the top, bottom, left, or right side of a market card. Top, bottom, left, or right side of a market card. I think it's just saying they're always here to the left, except on this card where they are all over. But I suppose what it's saying here is you can spend a builder to flip a card. Not just that builder cards can be flipped. I guess we didn't really pay that much attention to that. So maybe we need to subtract 1/4 of a point for this rule here, because we thought it meant you can flip a card for this, this, or this, but it's really saying you can flip a card for this, 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 or this, which is an action. but you can't store it. So you're flipping one card to flip another. That's a little weird, but okay. I'm going to subtract a full point for us for that. I'm going to give us only 2 points just because I think we were too casually glossing over what this would mean. Like, why would you not be able to flip over the other cards? What is the function of the flip item? If you have purchased a flip item from the market, if you have purchased a flip item from the market, in other words, if you buy this for this cost or this cost or this cost or this cost, you can spend one of your discs there to flip any resource card before choosing a card to collect. So this one and this one are very similar. Where is the explanation that you have to pay a disc? I am not going to penalize us for that. Nowhere does it say you have to pay a disc. So, I mean, this is what we said. You trigger that by spending it to flip a card. So, but it does say before choosing a card to collect, so that would give you an additional turn. I'm trying to debate whether I should give us 3 points for that or 2 points. I already subtracted a point because of the cost of this. I think we got this right. I think I might be inclined to subtract a point from this. Subtract a point from both of these, but give us the other points. I'm going to give us 5 points for these two. But you could easily swap these two. But I think subtracting 1 point for not realizing this was a cost. The other 2 parts of the rule where you have to spend a disc, I'm not subtracting because that seems like that's nowhere. And whether you get to take another turn after, I'm not sure we even consider that, but you could drop this to a +2. You can do this multiple times if you have the prerequisite number of discs there to spend. I mean, I don't think that was deductible, given the information we had, but I think maybe it's fair to say that we really did not understand that flip cards philosophy. So I'm actually going to take off 2 of the 6 points. That's a third of the points away I'm taking from this. Because maybe this is sort of saying that you should have been able to figure out that this flip card needed to be more powerful than we got it. Okay. Lastly, the first person to purchase a market item with the moon symbol wins the game. Okay, we got that right. Okay, I think this is a very fair scoring. I've taken 2 points away from us for the flip card. And I took 1 point away from us for the question about what do you do on your turn, because we deliberated between whether you get to purchase for free or not. And no, actually, that's not right. Actually, that's not right. We shouldn't lose a point because that's a subtle rule. We get our full score here. Because what we said is, you have to choose a builder card to build, a mover or a craftsman, in order to do that. And it's saying, no, you can use the stuff you just bought right away. But the problem is that all of the cards need one of these actions to trigger. So really, you would have had to chosen this card. So if you choose this, you're not going to be able to do any of these things. So actually, I think we are 100% right about that. All right. Yeah, that's very oddly phrased, though. You choose a card, you gain that resource, and then you can make purchases with the resources and with the ones you have stored. But really what that's saying is, if you happen to choose a builder or craftsman card, then you can use that. Because if you haven't used a builder or craftsman, if you haven't chosen one of these two action cards, then there's nothing to do. Okay. I don't think so. If you want to make the case, Rob is doing his normal thing, complaining that we're being too generous. But you explain to me how you could do any purchase with any of the card. So you tell me, we picked this card. What purchase am I making with this card? You tell me. We said you have to pick one of these cards to do one of these actions. And now the game rule said, no, you don't have to pick one of these two cards. You can pick any card and then make a purchase. So now you tell me, we've picked this card. What do we purchase with that? If we're wrong, that you don't just, when you pick these cards, do an action. If when we pick another card, we can do an action, what action are we going to do with that card? We can't do any action, because we're calling them actions. It's calling them purchases. We call them actions, but you don't have a craftsman or a builder. So if you take this card, you cannot do anything else. So no, not only do we not lose points, but the rule book should lose points. Well, yes, you could say it's the flipping of this card we could then do and spend a disc and then go again. But we've already penalized ourselves 30% for misunderstanding this card. So I'm not going to double penalize us for that. That seems wrapped up in this. You don't need that rule to say you can do this. So, okay, that's my final judgment. Now let's give ourselves a score here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. That's a 3. That's 18, 21, 23, 25, 28 out of a possible 30 minus 5. So our real score is 23. All right, let's go put this in our score. So actually, our final score on site 10 was 23 out of 30. I should have added up our score before, so I don't have to do it again, but let's go ahead and do it again. 22, 37, 40, 52, 69, 89, 90. This gives us 113, 136, 150, 173 is our final. And where does that put us? Just sneaking in to Professors of Game Theory. There you go, and we found and figured out this. Do we get any bonus? We used 5 hints, and You're saying I miscalculated? The chat says I did my addition wrong. 22, 37, 47, 52, 69, 89, 90, 113, 136, 150, 173. Tell me where I did wrong. If we used 5 hints, we only used... Okay, now you've got to do better. The chat has got to do better. You have got to do better. You have to say where the miscalculation came from. What did I do? I added 136 plus 16. Is that what I did? I did the 4 and the 6, so off by 2 here. Well, this is a real failure to do math in my head, which I should be pretty ashamed of, which I kind of am. But it's also a failure to take good notes. Let's go through it once more. I see you're saying I made a mistake here. 22, 37, 40, 52, 69, 90, 113, 136. I see where I went wrong. My 136. Not looking at that. 136, 152, 175, 175. I've already done the hints. We have 5 penalties of hints, but we actually took 6 hints, but one of them was paid for by our relic. Okay, so 175 is our final score. Thank you. If I make a mistake, you've got to tell me where, but okay. We're pretty far. So how would you have gotten 191? You'd have to have gotten 16 more points. Where would we have gotten 16 more points here? 7 here, 8 here. Yeah, I guess we could have gotten that. You would have had to take less hints, but it's certainly possible. All right. A little bit of a rough mood at the end there after 4 hours. Did not expect to be spending 4 hours. But, in all of that rush, I forgot to see if our main rule we spent 2 hours struggling with was right. And was it wrong? So this part was right. That's the fertility. So we were wrong about the whole thing of flipping neighboring cards. Is that right? That whole thing that we struggled with for an hour is not mentioned. I was so keen on that idea that when you flipped a card, the river card would also flip, like the tide. But it doesn't look like that ever happens. I think our rules were better. We get a bonus for that? So that's weird. The only way... Yeah, I guess that feels weird. Nelson says it doesn't matter. We weren't asked about it. All right. I have to say that was not my favorite game in the box. Why don't we take a 3-minute break and then come talk about the experience a little bit? I imagine that you guys want to run away. You're done. But if you have joined me for most of these sessions, I hope you will stick around a little bit so we can talk about it. I'll see you in 3 minutes. All right, we've just finished our 10th and final session of Unboxed, and I'm going to give a quick spoiler-free review off the top of my head after finishing playing this, and then we'll check in with the chat and hear thoughts from others, and that will be full of spoilers. So 10 puzzles in this box, not connected, but forming a bit of a trajectory from shorter sessions to a finale, which was our longest session. About 4 hours for the final game. First couple of scenarios were maybe an hour or two long. The hook in this is that each scenario presents us with a tiny little story of an archaeological dig. We get a couple of game materials, some cards, occasionally an oversized card that's got some symbols describing rules, and we're trying to figure out what game was being played with these components. What are the rules of the game? What's really special about this from a puzzle standpoint is that most of what you're doing is trying to decode the symbols, and it's always very sparse. This is not a game where you've got lots of information to go through and you're sifting for the one piece of important information. This is much more a game where you've got a very sparse set of instructions and cards in the form of symbols, and every one of them is critically important to understanding how this game was played. So most of what you're doing in terms of solving a puzzle is very unlike most puzzle games you've ever played, because it's mostly like a language game. What could these symbols be trying to convey? So already your head is in a different space in terms of trying to solve this kind of puzzle. But the really special thing is that all of the solutions create a playable game. And so part of what you're bringing to solving these puzzles is domain knowledge about what would make a good game. And you could especially see it in this last game we just played, which took us 4 hours, this last session, trying to understand the rules, because so much of our time was spent saying, does that make sense as rules for a game? Like the symbology, the iconography on the rules is so ambiguous, it's so sparse, that it could be describing all number of sets of rules. But if you restrict yourself to what would make a fair, enjoyable game, that's when you cull the set down to a small number of potential rules. And so much of our time at the end here was spent trying to ask, does that make a good game? A reasonable game? Or would the game go on too long? Or would the game get stuck in degenerate situations where there could be no winner? And that domain knowledge, that a game shouldn't be a stalemate and shouldn't get into a back and forth, that it has to end eventually. All of those very subtle concepts go into restricting the search space for a reasonable set of rules. Boy, what a great idea. And so overall, we're starting out on a great concept for a game. But then I think there are a couple things that elevate this to an even higher level. The fact that there are 10 scenarios packed in this little box, it's taken us maybe on average two hours per session. So maybe you're looking at 20 hours of play here. Might not take your group the same amount. But here's a game, a puzzle, that, let me say it differently. Most puzzles are very hard to play with more than one player. Most puzzles, one person is working on it, and when you try to get multiple people trying to solve it at the same time, most of the time you're just cross purposes distracting, or one person solves it. Like you're both looking at it and one person solves it. This is not like that. These are not one-shot puzzles where you look at this for a while and then say, I got it, it's like this. These are much more iterative. In every little scenario we've played, we've made a little bit of progress here, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then tried a hypothesis, and then realize we have to refine it. And the room for discussion here is huge. It's because of multiple things. One is because there's so many parts to each puzzle. Calling it a puzzle is not even really right, but there's so many different icons and symbols to understand and pieces of the game that when one person sees one thing, there'll be room for someone else to chime in. But also because the whole nature of what you're doing is coming up with rules for a game, which is by its nature interactive, and all these games are sort of competitive. So even if one person got most of it, the other person could say, okay, let's try to walk through it and play it, and this doesn't quite make sense. Or one person might say, subjectively, this doesn't really feel like that would make a good game. So as far as a team collaborative solution of a puzzle, it doesn't get much better than this. Now, I think there's even more to say here. The game, this box, did a couple more things that it did really interestingly, and I think, if not perfectly, at least did it in a way that I think is genius. And that is the hint and scoring system. It's very hard to come up with a way to score puzzles. And I think it gives you a hint that calling this puzzle is not really doing it justice. Each game has a number of questions that it wants asked. You could imagine this game could have been designed and just said, try to figure out the rules of this game and then read the solution and see how well you understood them. This game was much more interesting and a real attempt to use a scoring system. So it said each game is going to have a set of questions that you're going to try to figure out the answers to, and then you're going to get 3 points for each question, and you can take off a little bit if you got it mostly right or mostly wrong. The questions aren't just questions, they act themselves as hints, because they're like, the question is like, what does this deck do differently than this deck? Or how does this get set up? They sort of prompt you to help you figure out what you need to solve to have a good handle on the game. And you can see in our course of playing 10 cases, we mostly understood the games, but the questions are subtle enough, detailed enough, and there are enough of them that we definitely did not get a perfect score, and different groups would get different scores, and you really are incentivized to really understand the details. Okay, and then on top of that, 2 more things got added. One is an appeal to the sort of gamey strategy optimization of players, which is, yeah, you could take a hint for 1 point. All you have to do is something like that, and for gamers, you've created an interesting decision. Where we're saying, what's the probability that we're going to get this question wrong? Is it worth paying 1/3 of our 3 points to take a hint? And can we be strategic about which hints to take on which questions? And there were a couple times where we pushed our luck and we were like, well, we don't really know for sure, but the odds are that a hint is not going to help us, so better to take the risk and try to guess it right. And there are a couple scenarios where we were like, we need all the help we can get, let's take all the hints. It created a very nice decision point and a real push your luck thing, and I could see different groups wanting to risk it more to get a better score. And then the last thing I'll say in terms of the really clever little details here about the game has to do with the hints. In a normal game, you would get a hint, which would basically just be like, here's some help. Like, here's some help, go to this document and it'll help you. Or here's some help, like the killer was a woman. And then you're like, okay, now I've got rid of 50% of the suspects. That kind of hint. Here, it was weird because the hints are just like a half little cryptic line, a half little one sentence cryptic line. And much of the time we're like, we read this hint and it's something metaphorical. And we're like, does that really help us? But what it's basically done is it's turned every hint into its own little mini puzzle. You read a hint and you've got a riddle on your hands. Or like, what does this hint really mean? What is it trying to tell us? How do we figure out the riddle of the hint? I think when you add all that together, and then you add in a little bit of story for each dig, each archaeological site has a little bit of story, which itself, I mean, it's a very thin story, but there's a name of the dig and then a little bit of background. Even that is like a little riddle with a hint. So this game that's sort of flown under the radar and got lukewarm reviews from reviewers when it went out before it was released, this little affordable game designed by Jordan Sorensen is, to me, a bit of a masterpiece. And I'm always on the lookout for games that would make good gifts because I think they would lead to a very special experience. And this little box is now would be my number one little puzzle gift to get to board gamers. I really do think it's a masterpiece and a little bit of a work of genius in the world of puzzles. Special, unique, and deserves some real recognition. Boy, do I hope they make more of these. I'd like to see even more deluxe versions. Like, I don't know how much this costs, $20 or so. I'd love to see them make a follow-up with more different components and more intricate stuff, and maybe even a continuing story or something. But really, if they just did more of these unboxed, same thing, I would love to play it. Really, really special game. All right, now let's talk with the chat for some spoiler-filled discussion if we want. Let's see. George Costanza says, for this game, scenario 10, I did not care too much for this one. I missed session 9. 1 to 8 were very enjoyable. Overall, great box. This was not... Session 10 was definitely not my favorite. Rob says, it was a fun little game. I enjoyed the last few digs the most. They were the most ambiguous and tricky, fun to speculate about. Some of the earlier digs were a bit too straightforward. Nelson says, I really like the idea of the game and the fact that these are interesting puzzles, and with very little information, we're able to actually deduce how the game is supposed to work. Ryan says, I did not mind the straightforward ones. In some ways, those came across as more clever with the hints and components. Nelson said, I claim this is the kind of game that requires significant experience with previous knowledge to properly solve it. For this group and any board game group, it is exciting. I do think that's a good point. I think if you're not board gamers, if you don't have experience with board games, you are going to be in a more difficult situation. Maybe some of these you might fail at pretty badly. The special moment on each of these digs is the first encounter with these cards, where inevitably, in every one of the 10 scenarios, we laid out the cards and we were like, what on earth? How are we possibly going to make sense of this? It just looks like gobbledygook. And it's just a testament to the experience that every game started off like with that feeling, like, what? But inevitably, we made sense of them. And boy, is that a fun feeling to look at something and say, it's almost the feeling of like decoding a forgotten language. You're like looking at it and saying, how can anyone decode this? And you're learning the lesson that, like, yeah, with a little bit of thought, you can make sense out of something that looks insane. That's very different from most puzzles. Most puzzles don't have that flavor. Most puzzles have the flavor like, okay, you know, 4 people went out to dinner. Jack ordered fish. Jane is a vegetarian. Bill sits next to a woman, and then now I figure out where they sit. And you're like, okay, I get what I have to do. I have to go churn through the motions to make it work. This is just like, go, deal with this language you don't know, and slowly try to figure out from all of this, like, look at this thing and decide what, pick a place to start. Like, where is the easiest? What do you think you understand? And you slowly work in from all the different angles until it all makes sense. I mean, that's really quite a special experience. Any other thoughts? The rock, paper, scissors realization from one of the earlier scenarios is an unforgettable game moment for me. Yes, Ryan is talking about where we, this is our spoiler-free, just spoiler-filled discussion, so it's okay. We had a game, it was this one. And I think it was something like this. Was this the one, R2? Yeah, I think these R1 and R2. This was the cards. And we really struggled to understand. I think maybe there was another card that goes with this one too. Was there? Well, there were other cards. And we sat there and we were like, what the hell? What the hell is this about? And it took us an hour, half hour, till it sort of was like a group mental bonding where we all were like almost at the same time, oh my God, it's talking about rock, paper, scissors, and it's like a rock, paper, scissors game. And it was the sitting in front of this for a half hour, trying to understand what this card was trying to tell us, and then figuring it out. That was a pretty cool little aha moment. But we had little versions of that for most of it. Like, what is this saying? What on earth? What does this mean? And eventually we convinced ourselves, rarely were we wrong, when we ended up convincing ourselves we understood how a rule worked. Remember this one? Remember these? I mean, crazy. All right, let's see. I'll be sad. I am sad that we're finished with this box. It does seem like if you are a designer looking for a puzzle game idea, we've now seen 2 of these games that this one and City of Six Moons both rely on the idea of giving you sort of iconography instructions in a language you don't understand and asking you to figure out what it means. And it does feel to me that this is an area ripe for further elaboration. So I do expect we will see more of these in different forms. I'm tempted to give it a little bit of a shot myself. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me for these 10 sessions over 10 weeks of Unboxed, a really unexpected game. I do hope they come out with Unboxed too. I really do. All right. Thank you for joining me. I'll see some of you tomorrow for Letters from a Ghost Hunter. The rest of you on the next video.